Again, the primary tasks for today's spacewalk is to install a support bracket called a modification kit. This kit helps to prepare the site for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Today's installation will take place on the 2A location of the International Space Station, and McClain and Ayers will install the modification kit to the mass canister at the base of the original solar arrays. Additionally,
3, 2, 1, end exercise.
Additionally, the duo will relocate.
Oh, so close now.
Additionally, the crew will relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, which will ensure better redundancy and communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station.
Last cycle in 3, 2, 1, start exercise.
We're continuing to get live views inside the International Space Station as NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the right of your screen in the suit with the red stripes, and NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers on the left of your screen prepare for today's spacewalk. Their task today will be to install a support bracket called a modification kit ahead of upcoming solar array installation. The duo is currently stepping through procedures to purge excess nitrogen from their body by utilizing a procedure called in-suit light exercise, or ILE. Once the ILE exercises are complete, the duo will be moved into the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, which is where that strut bag is located just directly behind them. At this point, the hatch will be closed and depressurization procedures will take place. But we'll continue to provide live coverage and step through all of those procedures alongside you.
3, 2, 1. End exercise. You made it. I would say give yourself a pat on the back, but you know.
And coming into view on your screen there is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Anushi, as well as NASA astronaut Johnny Kim. They will be assisting McClain and Ayers this morning.
Airlock Houston, you are go to pick up in step 16 of EMU pre-breathe when you're ready. As for step 15, we see that's not complete yet. That can be done at any time. Copy, okay.
And coming into view now on your screen, you do see some of the tethers that will be utilized during today's spacewalk, as well as the pistol grip tool, or PGT. And you see Onishi working to get those tethers secured to NASA astronaut Ann McClain in the suit with the red stripes on the right of your screen. Again, Onishi working to secure some of the tethers and tools that will be utilized during today's spacewalk to NASA astronaut Ann McClain on the right of your screen. And now NASA astronaut Johnny Kim will work to do the same on NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers on the left of your screen, who will be serving as EV2 during today's spacewalk. Of note, on the lower left of your screen is the pistol grip tool, or PGT. It's essentially a space drill that will be utilized frequently during today's spacewalk to secure bolts ahead of the build of the modification kit. And another view here on your screen of NASA astronaut McClain and Nichole Ayers, who are spacewalkers for today. They're being assisted getting their tools and tethers and all the equipment that they need for today's spacewalk by NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. The primary tasks for McClain and Ayers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit, which will prepare the site for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. The crew will also relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2. This antenna relocation will ensure better redundancy and communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station. You're looking at a live view here inside Mission Control Houston in Vicar 1, the flight control room for the International Space Station. Today's team is being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo, who you see there on your screen. And we are in a brief handover period between satellites, but do expect to get views and communications with the crew again here shortly. At this time, the International Space Station is flying 270 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, approaching the coast of Oregon.
System Airlock on Station 1 for Step 1 of metal replacement. We have serial number 0009 for ED1, 0010 for ED2.
Copy that. Those are good numbers, Tuck. You are go in Step 1.
Go.
And that was the voice of JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, who is helping to assist McClain and Ayers step through procedures ahead of exiting the airlock this morning. Also assisting is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim. And if you are just joining us today, we are bringing you live coverage of a spacewalk outside the International Space Station, which will be the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This will be Anne McClain's third spacewalk and Nichole Ayers' first spacewalk. It will be the third spacewalk of 2025 and the first for Expedition 73. The primary tasks for today's spacewalkers are to install a support bracket called a Modification kit in preparation for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. The crew will also work to relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2, antenna to ensure better redundancy and communication with visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab.
And I'm going to open your helmet pulse valve and switch fan to off.
And here on your screen, we are continuing to get views of NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the right hand of your screen and NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, who will be our spacewalkers today. Assisting there in the middle of the screen is JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. He's currently working to configure Anne McClain's spacesuit so that it is ready to go for them to step outside of the hatch. The spacewalkers today are wearing the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or EMU, spacesuit, which is essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft containing its own portable life support system.
Airlock, Houston, we see you've closed the thermal cover. Before step 4, we were looking for a porous plate inspection. Could you get one of that? Could you get that for us, please?
Sounds good catch, will do it.
Copy, thanks.
Again, you are seeing JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi step through procedures to configure NASA astronaut Anne McClain's spacesuit there on the right hand of your screen. Assisting is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim. Earlier this morning, McClain and Ayers completed pre-breathing exercises, which consisted of breathing 100% oxygen. And then the second phase, the crew got into their spacesuits and conducted something called the in-suit light exercises, or IL, which they move their legs and arms slightly, which helps raise their metabolic rate to speed up getting rid of excess nitrogen. These are precautionary measures that are done before spacewalks to ensure that the spacewalkers do not suffer from decompression sickness. And we're getting a good view inside of Nichole Ayers' spacesuit as Takuya Onishi steps through procedures to configure it ahead of today's spacewalk. The spacewalk will officially begin when the crew switches their suits to internal battery power. And on your screen, you do see JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi working again on Nichole Ayers' spacesuit. He's installing Medox canisters onto her spacesuit because the crew will be in the vacuum of space. They rely on the spacesuit. It's their primary life support system, essentially a mini spacecraft that has everything that they need to keep them safe in the vacuum of space.
on Airlock on 1. Both crew members, Taurus flight looks good.
Copy. Both places look good. Thanks, Todd.
So Airlock on 1, step 11. Recorded GMT 1119.
1119. Copy.
Continuing to get views inside the International Space Station's airlock as NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the right of your screen and Nichole Ayers on the left of your screen prepare for today's spacewalk. The primary tasks for the spacewalkers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit, which will prepare the International Space Station for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSs. Today's location will be taking place at the 2A, where the bracket will be installed. The astronauts will install the modification kit to the mass canister at the base of the original solar arrays. Additionally, the crew will also relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle or C2V2 antenna to ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station. Assisting inside the airlock, assisting inside the airlock today is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, who you see there in the center of your screen, as well as JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. Next up, they're going to work together to get the safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue installed onto today's spacewalkers. The safer is essentially a jetpack that would help propel the crew to safety should they become untethered.
0012 for the expanded MENOX for step 18.
Good numbers. Thank you.
Once the safers are installed, the duo will complete some additional checks of their spacesuits to make sure everything is configured properly, including some communications checks with the team here on the ground. And then they'll get the go to move into the crew airlock for depressurization. Once the crew airlock is at a pressure of 0 or equivalent to the vacuum of space.
Moving into pre-read clock, 1124, 1124.
1124, copy.
Again, once the crew airlock is depressurized down to vacuum, the crew will get the go to open up the hatch and step outside the International Space Station to begin work for today's spacewalk to install an additional a mounting bracket ahead of the installation of an additional set of International Space Station rollout arrays, as well as to relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. Today's spacewalk will be the 275th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And we are now starting to get a view of the safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue, which will be installed on both McClain and Ayers spacesuits. The Safer is essentially a jetpack that the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that they were to become untethered from the space station. Safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue would allow the crew member to safely propel back to the International Space Station. Working to help install the Safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim on the left of your screen. Also assisting is JAXA or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. They'll work together to get that installed on NASA astronaut Anne McClain's spacesuit first. She will be serving as EV-1 during today's spacewalk. She's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Following this, they'll work together to get Nichole Ayers' Safer installed on her spacesuit. She's wearing the spacesuit with the unmarked. She's wearing the spacesuit that is unmarked today and is serving as EV-2. And as NASA astronaut Anne McClain continues to get her safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue installed on her spacesuit, let's take a look at the tasks planned for today's spacewalk.
Our day will start with astronaut Anne McClain as EV1 in the red stripes and Nichole Ayers as EV2. Nichole will carry an 8-foot-long strut bag, and Anne will carry the tool bag. Both crew members will translate to the port side of the International Space Station, heading to the work site of the Modification Kit Structure, or Mod Kit. At that location, they will secure their two bags and begin the installation activity. Nichole will start the modification activity by removing the strut out of the bag to assemble the upper triangle. The upper triangle consists of two struts and a mounting bracket. Nichole will then hand the triangle to Anne, who will install it on the mast canister of the Beta Gimbal Assembly, or BGA structure. The crew will then proceed with the installation of the right lower strut and the right mid strut on the right side of the mast canister. After that, the crew will move to the left side of the mast canister to perform the same order of operations, beginning with the left lower strut, followed by the left mid strut. Once all the struts are installed, the crew will cover both mid struts with multi-layer insulation, or MLI, and route the cables of the roll-out solar array in support of future spacewalks. This step concludes the Mod Kit installation. The next stop is the relocation of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle Boom, or C2B2. The crew will begin by translating to the worksite located on the P3 truss segment of the integrated truss structure, also on the port side of the vehicle. The crew will start by removing the C2B2 boom from the base, attaching an extension to the base, and installing the boom at the end of the extension. This action shifts the antenna boom by 1.5 feet, clearing the antennas from structural blockage. These steps conclude the relocation of the C2B2 boom. Finally, Nichole translates back to the P4 location to pick up the tool bag, while Anne starts her translation back to the airlock. Shortly after, Nichole begins her translation back to the airlock as well. Both crew members will ingress the International Space Station through the airlock, completing their planned 6 hours and 30 minutes spacewalk.
And that is an overview of the tasks we can expect during today's spacewalk. We are getting views back inside the International Space Station. Here on your screen, on the right-hand side of your screen, is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. He's working to install the safer, or simplified aid for EVA rescue on NASA astronaut Anne McClain's spacesuit. She will be serving as EV1 today and wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Also on the left of your screen is NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers preparing for her very first spacewalk. She's wearing the spacesuit that is unmarked.
Ignition airlock, step 61, the top of EV1 sublimated porous plate appears dry.
We copy.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain, now in the middle of your screen wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, is going to be assisted by NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi into the crew lock. Once both McClain and Ayers are in the crew lock, the hatch will be closed, and some communications checks will take place ahead of depressurization. Getting a good view there on your screen of McClain as she is inside the crew lock now. McClain in the spacesuit with the red stripes, now in the crew lock portion of the International Space Station. This will be her third spacewalk of her career. Next up to join her in the crew lock will be NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, preparing for her very first spacewalk of her career. Today's spacewalk will be the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Primary tasks today are to install a modification kit ahead of future power solar array upgrades for the International Space Station, as well as relocate a communications antenna for visiting vehicles or spacecraft to the International Space Station. And now coming into your view, you see the SAFER again. That's that simplified aid for EVA rescue. NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi are going to work to install that on Nichole Ayers. That SAFER is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that a crew member should become untethered from the International Space Station. The SAFER is essentially a jetpack that would allow them to get back to the International Space Station to retether themselves. And we are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but do expect to gain communication and view with the crew again here shortly. Here in the room, the team of Orbit 2 flight controllers are being led by NASA Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. She just completed a poll of the flight controllers here in the room for a go, no-go for depressurization. Everything looking good and on track for today's spacewalk, the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The main tasks of today's spacewalk are to install a modification kit in preparation for ongoing solar array upgrades.
No changes.
We copy all. Thank you.
Additionally, today's spacewalkers will relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab. There you do see on your screen the boom or communications for visiting vehicle antenna and the relocation process that is going to take place. It's going to be moved about 1.5 feet, which will allow better redundancy for spacecraft as they visit the International Space Station. And also here on your screen is a depiction of the mounting bracket that will be built by NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers during today's spacewalk before it is installed on the mass canister. All of this work is done in anticipation of a future spacewalk to install an ISS rollout solar array, or IROSA, on the 2A power channel of the International Space Station there in yellow. Previously, we have completed solar array upgrades on 4 of the other power channels, so we just have 2 more remaining at this time. And if you are just joining us this morning, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of a spacewalk outside the International Space Station to install a mounting bracket ahead of upcoming solar array installation. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who will be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, as well as Nichole Ayers, who will be wearing the unmarked spacesuit. This will be the 3rd spacewalk for McClain and the very first for Ayers. Today's spacewalk will be the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and it will be the 3rd spacewalk of the year, but the very first for Expedition 73. Here on the ground, there is a team supporting our spacewalking duo being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. At this time, McClain and Ayers are suited up in their spacesuits and are preparing for depressurization here shortly. We are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but we'll get views again of the crew here shortly. And if you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of today's Spacewalk, the 275th, in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. We are in a handover period between our satellites, but we do expect to gain communications with the crew here in a little less than 8 minutes. So let's take a look at some of the tasks for today's Spacewalk.
Our day will start with astronaut Anne McClain as EV1 in the red stripes and Nichole Ayers as EV2. Nichole will carry an 8-foot-long strut bag, and Anne will carry the tool bag. Both crew members will translate to the port side of the International Space Station, heading to the work site of the Modification Kit Structure, or Mod Kit. At that location, they will secure their two bags and begin the installation activity. Nichole will start the modification activity by removing the strut out of the bag to assemble the upper triangle. The upper triangle consists of two struts and a mounting bracket. Nichole will then hand the triangle to Anne, who will install it on the mast canister of the beta gimbal assembly, or BGA structure. The crew will then proceed with the installation of the right lower strut and the right mid strut on the right side of the mast canister. After that, the crew will move to the left side of the mast canister to perform the same order of operations, beginning with the left lower strut, followed by the left mid strut. Once all the struts are installed, the crew will cover both mid-struts with multi-layer insulation, or MLI, and route the cables of the roll-out solar array in support of future spacewalks. This step concludes the Mod Kit installation. The next stop is the relocation of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle boom, or C2B2. The crew will begin by translating to the worksite located on the P3 truss segment of the integrated truss structure, also on the port side of the vehicle. The crew will start by removing the C2B2 boom from the base, attaching an extension to the base, and installing the boom at the end of the extension. This action shifts the antenna boom by 1.5 feet, clearing the antennas from structural blockage. These steps conclude the relocation of the C2B2. Finally, Nichole translates back to the P4 location to pick up the tool bag, while Anne starts her translation back to the airlock. Shortly after, Nichole begins her translation back to the airlock as well. Both crew members will ingress the International Space Station through the airlock, completing their planned 6 hours and 30 minutes spacewalk.
And that was an overview of some of the tasks that we can expect during today's spacewalk. Today's team here in Mission Control Houston is being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. The International Space Station is currently flying 271 statute miles off the west coast of Africa. Today's spacewalk will be the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. It will be the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anne McClain and the very first for NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. McClain has previously conducted 2 spacewalks, totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes. Today's spacewalk will be the third of 2025 and the first spacewalk for Expedition 73. McClain and Ayers arrived to the International Space Station on the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endurance on March 15th, following their launch the day prior. They are currently suited up and stepping through procedures ahead of exiting the airlock today. And there on your screen you do see a graphic of some of the spacecraft that are currently docked to the International Space Station. One of the tasks during today's spacewalk is to relocate a communications antenna, common communications for visiting vehicle antenna, just 1.5 feet over to provide better redundancy for communications for all of those visiting spacecraft that you did just see on your screen. Again, we are in a handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain communication and views of the crew here shortly. And right on cue, we do have a view inside the International Space Station of our spacewalkers today. NASA astronaut Anne McClain is wearing the spacesuit with red stripes, and NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers will be wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. Assisting on your screen is NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, as well as coming into view now JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. They've helped to get McClain and Ayers suited up and get their SAFERs, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, installed onto their spacesuits, and have performed checks to ensure that everything is as it should be ahead of depressurization. At this time, both McClain and Ayers are in the crew lock portion of the International Space Station. And as Onishi and Kim continue to step through procedures ahead of depressurization, the crew is about 25 minutes down on the timeline today, so we are expecting the spacewalk to begin around 7:40 a.m. Central Time this morning. We mark the beginning of the spacewalk from the time that the spacesuits are switched on internal battery power. And we are seeing Onishi prepare to close the hatch. Some waves goodbye. See you soon, more like it. Kim and Onishi are continuing to work to get the hatch closed today. Following this, McClain and Ayers, who are in the crew lock portion of the International Space Station, will complete some communications checks before getting the go for depressurization. Inside the crew lock, the pressure is about 14.4 pounds per square inch. That eventually needs to get down to vacuum before the hatch outside the International Space Station can be opened and the crew can float out to begin their spacewalk. We are anticipating today's spacewalk to begin around 7:40 a.m. Central Time this morning and last approximately 6.5 hours. The main tasks for today's spacewalk are to install a modification kit in preparation for ongoing solar array upgrades to the space station, as well as relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab.
Based on airlock for EMU pre-breathe, step 76 and 77 are complete.
We copy. We'll put 78 through 80 in work. Airlock, Houston. EV crew are hot mic'd on space to ground 1.
Hello, copies. So EV1 and EV2, you guys are now hot mic 2 on SG1, and for EV2 on UIA, check switch depress pump power is off OFF.
Depress pump power is off, OFF.
Verify depress pump enable LEDs on.
The enable LED is on.
It's on Airlock, looking for go for step 84. Houston Airlock on 1 com check.
We have you loud and clear. How us talk?
Okay, loud and clear. Looking for go for step 84.
An excellent job this morning. You are go in step 84.
Copy, go to transition to the crew lock depress Q card. Okay, for EV crew members, we are now in a depress Q card, crew lock depress. For EV2 on UIA, switch depress pump power to on and wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Depress pump power switch is on.
And
Okay, for EV2, you can open depress pump manual isolation valve and EV crew expect alert tone.
Pump man ISO valve is open.
Monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5.
DV1 copy. DV2 copy.
And McClain and Ayers did get the go for depressurization, so they're stepping through procedures with Onishi as well as the team here on the ground. Depressurization is underway. Pressure inside the crew lock is now at about 13 pounds per square inch. As a reminder, it does need to get all the way down to 0, or the equivalent of vacuum, before the airlock can be opened. Depressurization does take place in a two-stage fashion. The pressure inside the airlock will get down to 5 pounds per square inch, at which point they'll pause depressurization to do a system check, make sure everything is configured properly before continuing to depress down to 0 or vacuum. Once it does get to vacuum, McClain and Ayers will conduct another suit and communication check with Mission Control Houston before they put their...
On 1, can we read the star block in step 2 of the Q card?
Copy that. So for both EV crew, if 2P gauge is greater than 5.5, stop, depress, and check MCCH.
EV1 copy, suit gauges 5 and steady. EV2 copy and same, 5 and steady.
And again, once the suits are switched to internal battery power, that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. Depressurization is continuing as expected inside the airlock. The pressure is now approaching 10 pounds per square inch. This view on your screen of NASA astronaut Johnny Kim on the left and Japan Aerospace Exploration astronaut Takuya Onishi, who have stepped through procedures to assist McClain and Ayers this morning to get suited up, and now working through depressurization procedures as well.
For both crew members, when crew lock at 6.0, EV crew expect alert tone.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 8 pounds per square inch. As a reminder, once pressure reaches 5 pounds per square inch, depressurization will pause for some communications and systems checks. And if you are just joining us this morning, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are in the process of getting Again, if you're just joining us this morning, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are stepping through procedures to get the crew lock down to vacuum. The pressure inside is about 6.0 7 pounds per square inch. Today's spacewalk is the 275th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and the main tasks will be to install a mounting bracket ahead of the installation of an additional set of International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs, as well as relocate a communications for visiting vehicle antenna called C2V2.
The next step is for EV2. When crew lock pressure is at 5.0, you can close depress pump manual isolation valve and EV expect alert tone.
Copy.
Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 5 pounds per square inch. As a reminder, once 5 pounds per square inch of pressure is reached, there will be a pause in depressurization for some communications and systems checks.
For EV2, I'm not seeing the airlock key on my DCS anymore, so can you let me know when it's at 5?
Maybe we can switch data switch. We also have data, so we can tell you when to close. We are close.
Yep. See it now. It's 5.3.
Copy.
And we are seeing that the crew lock is now at 5 psi.
And ISO valve is closed.
Copy that. For both crew members on DCM, switch display switch to status until leak check question mark displayed, and hold yes for 2 seconds and follow displayed instructions for leak check.
Okay, EV1 is starting leak check. And leak check wait.
If you see if leakage high should be message, let us know.
Okay, copy.
And Ayers and McClain are now working through some procedures to do a leak check ahead of continuing depressurization down to vacuum.
EV1 is go tracks ready to ETA. 2, same.
Good call. So for both crew members, set O2 actuator to EVA.
EV1 is an EVA.
So just double check EV2, your auto actuator is also in EVA, right?
Standby 1, in work. And Vapor, while you're working that, just wanted for baseline glove check. On my right index finger, I just noticed a small slice about 2 millimeters long in the RTV. And through it, I can see one single white string.
Houston Airlock, did you copy that initial baseline glove report from EV1?
And we copy talk right index finger on EV1, 2 to 4 millimeters long on the RTV, one small white string. Is there a length on that string?
No, it's kind of inside, so if I kind of open up, it's directly a straight slit. And if I open it up, I can kind of see a few strands. They're not sticking out. I can just see them kind of separated within the slice. Or within the cut.
Houston copies.
And it was in EVA.
Nice job, Beck. And for next step is for EV2. Stand by. Houston Airlock. Do we have a goal for further depress?
And talk, we have additional question for Anne for her right index finger on that string. Is it cut or loose in any way?
I'm trying to evaluate. It's I can't tell if it's cut. It does not look like as tightly woven as the other white string, if you will. I assume, are you allowed to look at HECA right now?
And Anne, we copy. We are go for you to turn on your HECA. We would like to take a look at that.
I thought so. My HECA is on. I have a green light. Let me know when you're seeing it, and I'll try to give you a good view.
And we copy. We're putting that streaming in work now.
Copy.
And as part of a baseline glove and HAP check, NASA astronaut Anne McClain did report out some wear on one of her gloves. The team on the ground has asked Anne McClain to turn on her helmet camera and are going to take a look at that to get some more information.
EV1, this is Houston with follow-up question. We're still working on the streaming. It'll be about 3 to 5 minutes. While we wait, we're looking for a more clear location of where that string is. Is it on the middle of your finger or the edge?
Okay, if I'm looking at the side of my right index finger, is where the white back of the glove goes to the RTV. It is about half a centimeter below that. If the white is on top and the RTV is on the bottom, it's about half a centimeter below that. And it is not in the very first gap in the RTV toward the fingertip. It's in the next one down. Right on the, kind of on the edge of where the finger bends.
We copy, Ann. Thank you.
And Houston, for Sandy, if it helps, when I bend it, it's kind of right at the corner of where the finger bends. So when I bend it, it kind of opens up, the little cut opens up.
Perfect description. Thank you. We're chatting it. We'll be back with you in a little bit. Still working on streaming.
Okay. Okay.
And again, the team here on the ground is working to configure helmet cameras to get a better look after NASA astronaut Ann McClain reported a slice in her right index finger glove. The team on the ground, again, is working to configure those cameras just to get a better look at that. And we are getting views now of NASA astronaut Ann McClain's glove. We are holding pressure at 5 pounds per square inch so the team on the ground can get a better look at that reported slice on her right index finger glove.
AV1, this is Houston. We do have streaming and we can see your glove now. If you want to move it a little closer, we can maybe get a closer view.
Okay, and they can kind of see it's right at the bend. If I'm putting it in the wrong place, just let me know which direction to move. When it's straight, it's
if you could move
closed.
it away from the light, it's kind of bleaching it out, so more across your body. Perfect, and stand there. EV1, this is Houston. Thank you so much for your video. We are assessing and discussing it on the grounds.
Copy, thanks. Let me know if you need any other views.
And if you are just joining us this morning, we are holding at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure as the team here on the ground has turned on the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Ann McClain as she reported out a slice on her right index finger glove. The team is continuing to assess on the ground and get some more visual inspection of the glove.
EV1 Houston, back with you. Thank you so much for that video. Taking a look, it is a string from the turtle skin along your finger, along the seam of your finger. So we are go to continue with that being the case. Please check and keep an eye on it during your glove checks, but no additional checks needed other than keep reporting if you see anything more off nominal. When you are ready, we are go for you to turn your HECA off.
Thank you. Okay, I will turn that HECA off. Thank you. It is off.
Houston Airlock on 1, we copy that we are still close for picking up at 7.
Airlock Houston, we are ready for you to resume the depress.
Copy that. So for EV2, you can open depress pump manual isolation valve and EV expect alert pump.
Depress pump manual valve is open.
And we will open emergency MTAB open on this side. For post crew members, monitor safety gauge less than 5.5. If gauge shows greater than 5.5, stop, depress, and check Houston.
V1 copy. ABC copy.
And following visual inspection using the helmet camera on NASA astronaut Anne McClain's spacesuit, the team on the ground is comfortable with proceeding with today's spacewalk following a slice reported by NASA astronaut Anne McClain on her right glove. Depressurization has continued and is now back underway, pressure approaching 4 pounds per square inch. The team on the ground did discuss having some additional checkouts of the glove throughout the spacesuit. That is part of the normal procedure. We have glove and what is called HAP, or helmet absorption pad checks, regularly throughout the entire spacewalk. And the pressure inside the crew lock is now 3 pounds per square inch. Once we do reach vacuum, or 0 pounds per square inch.
Step is for EV2. When crew lock at 2.0 psi, you can close depress pump manual isolation valve.
Copy.
Once vacuum is reached, some additional checks will take place with the ground before the spacesuits are switched onto internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and JAXA astronaut Kuya Anushi are continuing to step through procedures ahead of depressurization. We're nearing 2 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock at this time.
Restaurant man isolation valve is closed.
Copy, and the next step is for also EV2. On UIA, switch depress pump power switch power to off, OFF.
Press pump power is off, OFF.
With that, and I will hand you guys over to Marcos on the ground for the data configuration check.
Copy. Great job today, Talk, and Johnny, thanks for getting us ready.
We'll wait for you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was awesome.
And in vapor, 10 seconds
start.
till handover. We'll catch you on the other side.
See you, Marcus.
And as pressure in the crew lock approaches 1 pound per square inch, we did have a handover to our ground IV, who is NASA astronaut Marcos Barrios, who is going to be communicating with NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers during today's spacewalk. Again, the goal of today's spacewalk is to install a modification kit ahead of upcoming solar array upgrades, or IROSAs, as well.
For your essay, I've kind of shifted off to the right, so when we go to open the hatch, we'll have to do a little another shift. Okay.
Good morning, Anne and Vapor. The sun is shining outside the airlock right now, and we're ready to continue. So with that, we'll have you report our initial tether configuration.
Okay, and good morning, Marcos. This is EV1 Anne. I will start off and then hand off to Vapor. I will start with my right D-ring extender. I have a waist tether, locked, gate closed slider lock, black on black. That right waist tether is connected to the EV2 safety tether. I see my right waist tether, gate closed slider lock, black on black. That is hooked to EV2 safety tether anchor hook, gate closed slider lock, black on black. That goes to her green reel, which is unlocked. See her yellow hook, it's attached to her green reel, gate closed slider lock, black on black. The green hook of the green reel goes to her red reel, which is unlocked. Green hook is also unlocked. And then I'll pass that on to her for the rest of that tether that path, and then I'll give you my left side. Okay. I've got my small red hook on my right ring extender. It closed the clock, black on black. My right waist tether is on my right ring extender. It closed the clock, black on black. That goes to the airlock ring extender. It is closed the clock, black on black. And then I've got a left waist tether on my left ring extender. That gate is closed the clock, black on black. And the large hook of my left waist tether is on my mini workstation. All right, so back to EV1. On my left D-ring extender, I have a waist tether, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That hook just goes to my mini workstation. And then my safety tether, red hook, is on my left D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Goes to my red reel, which is unlocked. Hooked to my red reel is my green hook, which is unlocked. From my red reel, my yellow hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black, attached to my green reel, which is unlocked, and the anchor is on my workstation. I also have a single waist tether hooked to the airlock D-ring extender, and that's just hooked back to a handrail.
Copy, Anne and Vapor, and that is a good configuration. So next, when the change of pressure in the crew lock is approximately 0, expect an alert tone.
V1 copies. V2 copies.
And just as a reminder, we are going to pause for data review and a go from MCC before proceeding with hatch operations, Anne.
V1 copies.
And then as the airlock pressure drops below 0, there are two messages that you might get just for your awareness. The first one is suit P high. If either of your met rates are very low, that is expected, no action. And the other is H2O is off. If the switch is in the off position for over a certain amount of time, that's also expected, no action needed on your part.
V1 copies. Thanks, Marcos. V2 copies.
Pressure inside the crew lock now approaching 1 pound per square inch as McClain and Ayers completed some checks here on the ground to make sure that their tethers were all configured properly. Pressure now less than 1 pound per square inch inside the crew lock with NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers. Once the crew lock does reach vacuum, the duo will get the go to switch their suits onto battery power, which will mark the official beginning of today's spacewalk. And this view back inside the International Space Station of JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, who has been working with McClain and Ayers this morning to get them suited up, ready to go, and inside the crew lock, which is now at 0.86 pounds per square inch of pressure. Today's spacewalk will be the third for McClain and the first for Ayers, and the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. During today's spacewalk, McClain and Ayers will complete tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 2A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, which will be delivered on a future flight. Additionally, they will relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. Pressure inside the crew lock now at 0.75 pounds per square inch. Pressure inside the airlock now at 0.64 pounds per square inch. Once pressure does reach a vacuum, which is 0 pounds per square inch, the crew will be able to turn their spacesuits onto battery power, which will mark the official begin of today's spacewalk. And this view on your screen of NASA astronaut Marcos Berrios, who is the ground IV and will be interfacing with Ayers and McClain this morning.
And Vapor, I know you both heard this earlier today, but we just wanted to repeat it for your situational awareness. Throughout the EVA, we're going to have 4 prolonged KU band loss of signal. And so the impact there is that we will not have Eureka or station camera views. We will have S-band during that time, so we will be able to talk to you. That first one is coming up in about 30 minutes.
Do you want copies? Copy. And Marcos, how long are those expected to last?
And anywhere between 20 to 35, 40 minutes. We'll give you a heads up as to how long. The first one will be approximately 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Pressure inside the crew lock now at 0.51 pounds per square inch.
And in Vapor, we're showing the crew lock pressure less than 0.5, and we have a go from MCC to proceed with hatch operations.
I see the hatch gauge is reading 0.5.
Copy, and hatch gauge is less than 0.6 psi. You can open the EV hatch and stow it.
Copy and work. All right, great. I'm going to shimmy your way a little. Yep, you got room.
And with that, McClain and Ayers did get the go to open up the hatch, so we will see them float out here shortly. First, they'll remove the cover of the hatch, and then we'll see them come out from that point.
start coming down your way a little more. Okay. Okay, the EV hatch is open. Hatch is in the hatch key.
Copy, and TOC, you can close the emergency MPES.
Emergency MPES is closed.
Copy, TOC, and then and Vapor, we're going to pause again here for another data review before continuing with the post-depress procedures.
If you want copies. You copy.
And Vapor, for your situational awareness, one more message that you might receive is the SCU power avail. That is when we go to the bat on the power switch and the SCU is still connected for a certain amount of time. No action required.
You want copies?
And Vapor data review is complete. We have to go to continue. So on your DCM, we're going to stagger these switch throws, and you will go first. Take your power switch to bat. Expect a warning tone. Expect a warning tone.
Power switch to bat. And I got the warning tone. Power is in bat with the warning tone.
You can take your display.
Marcos, my display is functional.
Copy, and Vapor, you can take your display switch to Pro.
Great, display functional.
I copy Vapor on the UIA power EV 1 and 2 switch to off OFF, and you will check that the 1 and 2 LEDs are off as well.
Right, EV1 power is off. LEDs are off and volts are showing 0. There's the H2O is off message for EV1, that's expected. And the power for EV2 is off, LEDs are off, and volts are showing 0. I also got the H2O is off and the 2P high.
Copy those messages. All right, for the both of you, you can disconnect your SCU from the DCM. You'll install the cover, and you'll stow the SCU in the pouch.
V1, SCU is removed in the pouch. My cover is back on my DCM.
Copy, Ann.
And we are awaiting hatch opening here this morning. But prior to that, NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers will switch their suits to battery power, which will mark the official begin of today's spacewalk.
Okay, EVT SC is removed from the DCM in the pouch and cover is on.
Copy, you both. Vapor, you can take the depress pump man ISO valve to close. That'd be a check, Vapor.
And Marcos for EV. Yeah, the depress pump and ISO valve is closed. And for EV1, I have a TCV 6.
TCV 6 for you, and copy. Both of you on your DCM, you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
right. All right, EV1 has temperature control valve and max hot. EV2 safe.
Take your water switch to on.
EV1, water is on. Water on.
Lights off.
ECM is blank for EV1, no bites.
And Vapor, apologies, I may have missed it if you called us with your DCM.
I'm sorry, the DCM is blank, by lights off.
Copy. You can, both of you, take your temperature control valve as desired and let us know what it is, and then please keep us informed if you make those any TCV changes during the EVA.
Copy, and EV1 is at TCV 6. 2, TCV 5.
Copy 6 and 5 for EV1, EV2 respectively, and both of you can report your P-suit gauge.
EV1, CP gauge 4.2. Here's gauge 4.2.
Copy 4.2 for the both of you. Visors as required. The sun is out for the next 28 minutes.
And with suits now on battery power, the official start time of today's spacewalk is 8:05 a.m. Central Time this morning.
He's ready.
First out of the hatch today will be NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She'll be wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes.
We are going to be stepping into the procedures. So with that, and your first step is to open the hatch thermal cover.
Copy, I'll be opening the thermal cover, and I do see 6 lines visible on the AET.
Copy those.
And I'll be stowing it on the ring.
Good words. Once the thermal cover is open, you'll egress the airlock and turn your HECA on.
Copy. Right, it is stowed back onto the ring, and I still see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We copy?
And the thermal cover is now open.
EV1 is partially out of the airlock. Is on.
Copy, and HECA is on. You're going to start by attaching your anchor hook to the aft airlock external D-ring.
Copy, that should work.
And Vapor, for you as you wait.
Vapor.
And then once you have your anchor hook, Vapors is going to go on the forward airlock external D-ring. And Vapor, as you wait next for you, is going to be handing out either the cable bag or the strut bag. You just let us know.
All right, Marcos, my safety tether is attached to the aft D-ring extender and gate closed slider lock black on black. I'll be working on Vapors.
Copy.
And first out of the airlock is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. This is the third spacewalk of her career. She's again wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Next up will be Nichole Ayers, her first spacewalk today. She'll be wearing the unmarked spacesuit. First order of business for our spacewalkers today will be to...
Right, UV2, safety tether anchor is on the forward forward airlock D-ring. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black.
Copy. And you can give Vapor a go to release her waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender when it's applicable, and then next will be to receive the bag from Vapor.
Okay. So Vapor, you can do your waist tether anytime you want. You have a good tether path. Okay, copy that. I've got the cable bag. I see it. Out, ready for you. I'm coming into a good position to grab it here. Okay, one by one.
First order of business for McClain and Ayers will be to get the 8-foot-long strut bag out of the airlock, as well as the tool bag that will be utilized during today's spacewalk. They'll then translate to the port side of the International Space Station, heading to the work site of the Modification Kit structure, or Mod Kit.
Okay, so we're going to cable bag first. Copy. All right, stand by one. I'm about to grab it with my DRT rep. Copy. All right, my BRT ret is on the cable bag. You are going to release the airlock, large, small. And I have my BRT on that as well. Okay, the airlock ret is released. Copy. So this for translation, and then my hand to help you with EV3.
And Vapor, you'll put that ret on the airlock D-ring extender.
Marcus, I threw it on the airlock D-ring to leave the extender free. That works.
Copy that. That works. Thanks.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 12 minutes into the 275th spacewalk outside the International Space Station.
Back toward you a little bit. Okay.
Today's spacewalk began at 8:05 a.m. Central. NASA astronaut Anne McClain is outside of the airlock. She's wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Nichole Ayers is working to get out of the airlock as well. She'll be wearing the unmarked spacesuit today. The goal of today's spacewalk is to complete a modification kit build and installation on the International Space Station ahead of upcoming solar array upgrades, as well as relocate a common communications for visiting vehicles antenna, otherwise known as C2V2.
And then it kind of got pulled aft. Okay, I do have a hand on it. I'm not ready to it, so let's go. And to help it, pull on it here.
At this time, McClain and Ayers are working to remove the strut bag from the crew lock, as well as the tool bag that will be utilized during today's spacewalk.
So if you just stabilize it. I can get my ret on it. Okay. Okay, I have a ret on it. Okay. We'll release the airlock ret. Okay. Okay, the airlock ret is released, and Marcos, I'm just going to let that send back to the handrail.
Copy that, Vapor.
Should just need one on the way in. Vapor. Right. So I'm going to position myself around to the aft and give you the forward to mount.
The strut bag that McClain and Ayers are working to get out of the airlock is about 8 feet long,
Okay.
and it contains the pieces of the modification kit that will be assembled during today's spacewalk.
CSC is back in the pouch. Both are good. Copy. I think you're clear to egress. Got the forward side.
And those are good words. And if you have a free hand, it looks like your HECA was turned off, so if you can turn it back on for us, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, it's back on. Green light.
Copy. And after you've egress Vapor, next will be to put that strut bag on your BRT, and I'll have more words for you.
And now out of the hatch is NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. Again, today is her first spacewalk, and this is the third for NASA astronaut Ann McClain in the suit with the red stripes.
And everything get situated before we hand off.
And a Vapor question for you, whether or not you wanted to do the translation adaptation with or without the strut bag.
I feel like I did a lot of translation adaptation in the airlock, but
Yeah, whatever you feel comfortable is for you.
Copy. Everybody's okay with that, yeah.
Copy that. Then you can continue with the strut bag. Tape towards your head.
All right, you can kind of DCA me because I can't totally see the handrail. Okay, so the is towards my head. Tape it a little bit.
We'll get your ret to the non-taped end of the handrail stanchion, Vapor.
Copy. And now move it, hold it right there. Okay. We're good? Yep. My ret is on the non-takedown, the hammer. Okay, you have a ret on it? I do. Okay, before you pull it your way, I'm going to take my ret off. Copy. Okay, my ret's off. Back on my end of yes. All right, how can I help you get this situated here? My T on it now. T is on it. Basically, the end that's by my feet is up towards. I get mine back where it was. Pause there. I'm going to put this adjustable on my spinning workstation. Okay.
And now out of the airlock is also that strut bag, that long 8-foot long strut bag that has the pieces of the modification kit that will be assembled and installed during today's spacewalk. And we are getting a view from NASA astronaut Ann McClain's helmet camera here.
Okay. We're done.
Good job, the both of you. And Vapor will have you turn your HEC on.
Okay.
And we'll go with buddy checks after.
Okay.
With the strut bag and the tool bag out of the airlock, McClain and Ayers will now work to translate to the port side of the space station.
I can see your spacer handles down. I can see your HEC light. I've got your HEC light, and I've got 3 taps up. So your left spacer handle is down. Now to your left just a bit, right spacer handle is down, so both spacer handles are down. And your tools and tethers look right clean to me. Let me have your camera real quick. Have a tether that.
And Ann, can you confirm that both of Vapor's safer handles are down?
Yes, her safer handles are down.
Copy that. We'll get a baseline HAP check from the both of you.
And my HAP for EV1 is dry. Yep, can you lean forward a little bit? My HAP is dry as well for EV2. All right, back on. Nicely done.
Copy that. Nicely done. We can close the thermal cover now, and as that's being closed, I'll read 2 cautions before you start translating. Vapor, for you with a strut bag on, we're going to limit your translation speed, so think very slow, 0.7 feet per second. And then just as a reminder, you've got the tusk cables on phase 1, and nadir and zenith where the cedar rails are.
Copy.
It's 2 minutes until TDRS handover and also KU handover, so we'll lose video for 16 minutes.
1 copy. Thermal covers closed.
Copy, thermal covers closed. We can start translating port for the both of you. Vapor, you are going to lead. First step is going to be green hook drop off.
Okay, good work.
And with the thermal cover now closed, both McClain and Ayers will work to translate to the port side of the International Space Station, which is the work site of the modification kit structure for today. You also heard the duo perform what is called buddy checks. This is essentially a check to make sure everything on their spacesuit is working and looking as expected. These will take place throughout the spacewalk and include looking at gloves, looking at the helmet absorption pad, as well as making sure that their safer is in the proper configuration.
Copy.
We are approaching a period of time where we will not have visual of the crew during a longer handover period. It will last about 16 minutes. However, we will be able to communicate with them still during this handover period. These handover periods are expected and occur due to handover between satellites.
I'm on the speed of right.
And can we have you pause for a second, take a look back at the airlock and see if the thermal cover is still on? We believe it may have popped open.
It popped open.
Copy that. If you don't mind going back to close it, we'd appreciate it.
More. Down on the feed rail, transiting port.
And before the loss of signal, the team on the ground did notice that the thermal cover had opened back up, so McClain is going to translate back over to the airlock to ensure that that thermal cover is closed.
Thermal cover is back closed.
Copy, yeah, appreciate it. In Vapor, as you approach the FHRC, your green hook is going to be handrail 3651. It is the nadir one.
Nadir handrail at the FHRC. Can I come back up to see the spur?
Copy, Ann.
EV1's on phase 1.
Copy, Ann. You'll continue port to your green hook location. It'll be the Zenith handrail 3652.
Copy. Vapor bag's looking good. Very big, I will say that much. But it's a large bag. Yes, it is.
And if you're just joining us today, we are in the midst of a spacewalk. We are now 28 minutes into today's spacewalk to complete a modification kit installation on the 2A location of the International Space Station shown there on your screen. Previously, we have installed other International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, on the other locations that you see. At this time, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers, who are doing their third and first spacewalk respectively, are translating to the 2A location, where they will begin to build the modification kit and attach it to that location that you see on your screen. And you may recall that over the past couple of years, we've continued to work to upgrade the power channels on the space station. Today's mounting bracket installation on 2A sets us up to have that array installed at a later date. The current solar arrays are functioning well, but have begun to show signs of degradation as expected, as they were designed for a 15-year service life. And this year we are celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence on board the International Space Station. Once the new solar arrays are positioned in front of the other arrays, the current arrays, the station's total available power will increase from 160 kilowatts to a maximum of 215 kilowatts.
Copy vapor. Handrail 3651 to Nader 1.
Additionally, during today's spacewalk, McClain and Ayers will work to relocate a common communications for visiting vehicle antenna, or C2V2, 1.5 feet over, to provide better redundancy for visiting spacecraft at the International Space Station.
My green hook is on 3651.
Copy vapor. Once that's complete, you'll continue port to the work site. Just make sure your gauntlets are in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Gauntlets are in place.
Copy vapor, and then 2 cautions at the work site. Do not touch the radiator or the flex hoses, and do not translate on that PVR base handrail. And
I'm at 3652 and working on the green hook.
We copy, Ann. Thanks. And the vapor, you're going to be going nadir at the Sarge to your work site, and you will be fair leading along the inboard non-radiator corner of the IEA before dropping the strut back.
At this time, McClain and Ayers are continuing to translate to the port side of the International Space Station, heading to the work site of the modification kit structure for today. Once they are at that location, they will secure their 2 bags, the tool bag and the 8-foot-long strut bag, and begin the installation activity. Ayers will start the modification activity by removing the strut out of the bag and assembling what is called an upper triangle, consisting of several pieces. It consists of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. Ayers will then hand that assembled triangle to McClain, who will install it on the mass canister of the beta gimbal assembly, or BGA. The duo will be utilizing the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to secure it to the beta gimbal assembly.
The method charge gauntlets is still down.
Say again for ground IV.
Use method charge gauntlets still down. And D1's got green hook on 3652.
Copy, and just ensure that your gauntlets are down and do not touch the radiator flex hoses or the base handrail.
D1 copy. Gauntlets are down.
Copy gauntlets. Next for you then, Ann, is continue to translate port to the worksite. You're going to be stowing the cable bag and putting the IROSA cables just external to the bag. No fair lead required.
DB1 copy. Visiting aft on the IEA.
Copy. And as a reminder, you'll fair lead there at that inboard corner vapor, and then you'll proceed with the strut bag drop-off.
And I'm at the start. Gauntlets are in place.
Copy, and you'll go nadir to your worksite.
Nadir. I'm looking at handrail 5136. I tried to put a and you'll have to take a look at it when you get there. Make sure it's not in your way. Okay. Sounds good.
And vapor, I guess a copy, you are dropping the strut bag. Looks like you already started with one handrail. We can give the other ones if you need it. Just make sure that the handrail is towards the center of the IEA. The tape is towards the mass canister and that it's flush with the outboard edge of the IEA.
Okay, copy that. If I did view on your safety tether vapor, that's a good spot. I'll make sure I don't tag it down with a bag. Okay.
And Ann, so next for you is stowing the cable bag. I've got handrails if you need them, and then tending the IROSA cables external to the bag.
See.
The vapor, once you're complete, you'll open the strut bag, secure the straps, and let us know we can get started.
See that?
And in vapor, 2 minutes until a TDRS handover.
B1 copy. Copy. I've got the bag tied down at 5126 and 5136 on the platform.
Copy that, vapor. Vapor, after opening the bag, you will retrieve the mounting bracket and the right upper strut.
All right, I have one corner of the cable bag on 5117.
Copy.
And if I verified your tether is still free.
"40 seconds until a TDRS handover, and once you're complete putting the ROSA cables outside of the bag, you're translating starboard to the feeder cart.
Copy. Is that back going? Okay, I just cinched down the tie downs just to hold it a little bit better. Okay. I'm just getting a second tie down here on the cable bed.
And in vapor, we're back with you. And we have your heck of views.
Awesome. Okay, I have a second corner of the cable bag on 5109. Get the cables out here. And again, vapor your tether is free. Copy. The bag open, I'm going for the upper strut.
Copy, and after the cables are outside the bag, you'll translate starboard to pick up your green hook prior to going to the starboard feeder cart.
Copy. All right, cables are out. And vapor, I think that our original plan fixed these will reach over there. Okay, you need it.
And we are getting some views now on our screen of some of those cables that NASA astronaut Ann McClain is working to remove ahead of the build of the modification kit this morning. We are 43 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began officially at 8:05 a.m. Central Time. Today is the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
And we are not receiving your HECA stream. Do you mind pressing the HECA button again?
Sure. Hey, let me know if you see it.
Copy.
All right, Vapor, I'm going to go on a little walk. I'll see you shortly. All right, have fun.
And we copy, and you'll translate starboard, pick up green hook.
Copy and work. Okay, so I've got the right upper strut out. 13 and 14. And my gauntlets are in place, Marco.
Copy, and appreciate that. And just remember the tusk cable's on face 1. Copy, Vapor. You've got the mounting bracket and the right upper strut. Make sure that the EV3 PGT is available for you, and you're going to be aligning the right upper strut with the mounting bracket.
Is nearby.
And Vapor, there should be a groove on the mounting bracket where the alignment tab is going into, and then on the side of the mounting bracket, you'll have black lines to let you know that you're aligned.
And this view of NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers' helmet cam as she works to prepare and assemble the strut to the mass canister. The upper triangle consists of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. Ayers will use the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to secure these pieces together before installing it onto the mod kit structure.
EV1 is at the green hook. Gonna work on picking mine up.
Copy, and after you'll go to the starboard cedar cart to pick up the bundle. It's WIF 1. It's inboard and nadir, down and right.
Copy, thank you. Marcus, I have, for EV2, got 4 turns on M13 and M14.
Copy, good turns, M13, M14. Next, you'll grab your PGT, and I'll have settings when you're ready.
The next bolt is 17.
And a good view inside of the bag there with the remaining pieces that will be assembled today.
You can actually continue and retrieve the left upper strut. It's a Velcro's straps 1 and 2.
That's it. All right, EV1 has my green hook, and I'm going to continue translation.
All right, we copy, and starboard cedar cart, WIF 1.
While Ayers is working on assembly of the modification kit, NASA astronaut McClain is translating to pick up an APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, that will be utilized during later portions of today's spacewalk to help secure the assembled triangle to the modification kit.
And Vapor, with that left upper strut, you are going to align it with the center pad. And you'll check that the pin lanyard is free of the clevis before we do PGT ops.
The pin lanyard is clear of the clevis.
And we have your heck of view again. Sorry, I didn't tell you.
All good. Welcome back. Just passing the seat of spur. Vapor, I watched your tether all the way in. It looks great. Thank you.
And we copy.
Passing the port seater cart.
And if you're just joining us this morning, we are approaching the 1 hour mark of today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Anne McClain, who is serving as EV1 wearing a spacesuit with red stripes, as well as NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, who you see a helmet view on your screen there as she works to use the pistol grip tool to assemble the upper triangle.
And looking for whiff 1, bottom right, inboard nadir.
Today's spacewalk is the third for McClain and the first for Ayers.
The hand start on my levis, and Tina's giving me a little time on the one quick.
The goal of today's spacewalk is to install a modification kit in preparation for ongoing solar array upgrades to the International Space Station and relocate a communications antenna for visiting spacecraft to the orbiting lab.
A whiff extender and an APFR.
That is the one, and you're going to put that on your BRT. Once that's complete, you'll head starboard, but first you'll do the brake release.
Copy.
And Vapor, from your HECA view, it looks like there may be a ret that is situated in a way that it's making it difficult to hold the upper triangle in place. So a recommendation is for you to lock the ret if you think it's necessary.
And on the screen here now, we see views of both NASA astronaut Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers' helmet cameras. Ayers is continuing to, on the right of your screen, is continuing to assemble the upper triangle portion of the modification kit. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Ann McClain on the left of your screen is working to translate to a CETA cart, where she will install the articulating portable foot restraint that she picked up previously.
Copy that, Ann.
Do you have a BRT ret on it?
And getting a good view now as Nichole Ayers works to assemble that upper triangle, you can really see it start to take shape. The upper triangle does consist of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. Once McClain joins Ayers, Ayers will hand that upper triangle to McClain, who will install it on the mass canister of the beta gimbally assembly, or BGA structure.
Say again, vapor.
So EVT has 2 turns started on the inside.
Vapor, we heard 2 turns started on M17. Looks like you have your PGT settings are Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
And Marcos has set Golf on the pitch on the WIFX.
Copy Golf on the WIFX. Appreciate that. Copy Golf on the WIFX. Appreciate that. And again, Ann, once that's complete, you'll be headed back to your work site. Green hook, but first CETA brakes.
Copy. On the EV, the good count, good always set, and 41.7.
And Vapor, can you say again, you're coming in kind of broken?
Got a good cal test on the PG 41.2 volts. A good LED test. I've got Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set.
Copy good cal, Bravo 1 clockwise 2. Looking for an additional 5 to 7 turns. You'll drive M17 to torque.
Marcos, I have 2 good pumps on the port CETA cart. Direction starboard.
Copy that, and next will be the port CETA cart.
And Ayers is using the pistol grip tool, or PGT, essentially a space drill, to help assemble that upper triangle we discussed.
Marcos for EVT, that was 6 turns. Got a green light. 11.9 on this. Back under the MT.
Copy Vapor, if you can confirm that the black line is flush.
Black line is flush.
And Vapor, that is a good M17. You can release the ret from the right upper strut.
I have 2 good full pumps on the port CETA cart, because you know what they say, pumps a day keeps the murder away.
Oh, we agree with that statement. Good job, And next will be to continue translating port to your green hook location, just the nadir of the FHRC. Same place as previous.
Okay, copy. I'm going to pause here and get this APFR in a little bit of a different config. Just wanting to jump around a little more than I expected.
And we copy.
And this is a view of NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She is serving as EV1 during her third spacewalk today, as you can tell by the spacesuit she's wearing with the red stripes. She is working to readjust the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint.
And Vapor, just catching up with
come
you.
Back out your way, Vapor.
She will utilize this to help install the upper triangle that Ayers is building as we speak. McClain will need to use the APFR to help install the upper triangle on the mass canister of the Beta gimbal assembly.
To the center pad grounding block.
I did not. I got it.
Copy. After the pip pin, I'll have instructions for MLI, so just let me know once that's done.
And I'm going back by the seat of spur.
Copy, Ann.
And as we get this pan of the International Space Station truss structure, you're getting a good view of the handrails, which is what the crew utilizes when they translate or move from one location of the International Space Station to the other.
Marcos, the pin is installed.
Copy, Vapor. Can you verify that the pip pin for the right upper strut is still installed?
Yes.
Sweet. And then you can install the left upper strut MLI on the center pad, covering the L2 clevis, as well as the right upper strut MLI.
What? All right, Marcus, I am back at 3652. Work on the green hook again.
Copy. And after that, you'll be continuing starboard to your work site to install the bundle.
In this view of Nichole Ayers' helmet cam of the upper triangle, she has been in the process of installing multi-layer insulation, or MLI, around the upper triangle. It's that white fabric material that you do see.
How many turns you started on M15?
4.
Copy. That's good turns on M15. We'll work on M16. I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
Send it.
Bravo 3 clockwise 2 on EV3 PGT.
Yeah, I've got Bravo 3. Clockwise 2.
Copy. You're going to be driving M16 to torque. Expect 24 to 25 turns, and we'll get the black line flush call.
Yeah, it works. Green hook, EV1 on 3652.
And I copied your last, and just ensure that your gauntlets are down prior to crossing the Sarge.
Copy, will do.
McClain is continuing her translation or movement over to where NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers is. Once there, she will assist her in finishing up the build of the upper triangle portion before they work together to install it on the mass canister.
Hey, we're good for EDC M16, about 22.5 turns. Green light and for the torque. And the black line is push.
And Vapor, can you say those numbers again for us, please?
At 22.5 turns, 0.8 on the torque. Right, black line fly. For EV1, my gauntlets are in place. I'm switching to Sarge.
And Vapor, we're talking here on the ground real quick, and copy your gauntlets are down. You're proceeding to the work site. Just note you've got the radiator and the PVR handrail. Do not touch, and you'll be dropping off the bundle on with
25. 20, actually.
And we are approaching a day pass here, as you can tell on your screen as it is getting brighter.
Slowly. We're just having a hard time reading you. It's coming in a little broken.
The International Space Station is currently flying 262 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean off the coast of Alaska.
Green light, black line, big flush. All right, I'm back on the IA with you. With you.
And we're discussing Vapor. And Vapor, we're expecting 24 turns. We got about 22 and a half. So we'd like you to hit M16 one more time to torque.
Okay.
And a really great view here of NASA astronaut Ann McClain as well as NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. Ayers is on the left and building that triangle. McClain is on the right in the spacesuit with the red stripes, and you can see the articulating portable foot restraint that she brought over to assist in the build.
Our work site, we're going to get kind of close together, so let me know if I'm in your way. Okay. That's for easy. Scout 18.3, light, and that was no turn.
Copy, no additional turns. We'll discuss. And for you, look like it's in work with 25. The clocking is 6. You already have the pitch at Gulf, so expect the handrail to be facing towards the IEA.
Copy. I'm stopping at 5145 to get a rich man's fare lead in.
And we copy in. Thanks.
Coast EV2, for your essay, the PD burn count is 22.98. That's my basic.
And in Vapor, we are going to proceed driving M15 to torque. So expect an additional 20 turns. It is Bravo 3 clockwise 2.
Okay. I have Bravo 3 clockwise 2 set and 15 on 5.
Copy.
If you're just joining us this morning, you're looking at a live view of 2 NASA astronauts outside the International Space Station performing a spacewalk. On your left of your screen is NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers completing her very first spacewalk today. On the right of your screen is NASA astronaut McClain with a spacesuit in red stripes on her third spacewalk. The primary tasks for the spacewalkers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit, which will prepare the site for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, the duo will relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station. And this view of McClain and Ayers helmet cams showing them at their respective work sites. McClain is working to translate or move over to where Ayers is at to continue to help with the triangle build as well as install it to the mass canister. And through McClain's helmet camera on the left of your screen, you do see the Earth as the International Space Station flies 262 statute miles overhead.
To torque. Same settings, Bravo 3 clockwise 2.
Bravo 3 clockwise 2, looking M15 15 again. Goes for M15 15. Have a green light already up, but I have a green light with 18.4 on the torque and no additional turns.
Copy, no additional turns, Vapor, we're discussing. And Vapor, just give us a minute, we're checking. And Vapor, we have a troubleshooting step for you. Can you look at the interface of the struts and just make sure that nothing is caught in between, no MLI, and that it is flush?
MLI is not in between mountain bracket and the upper strut. These black lines are aligned. Oh, it's flush.
We copy all vapor, and the reason we're asking, we're just expecting one more turn on each of those bulbs, so we're discussing. And looks like it's in work. The extension will be 5.
Yes, I have the settings set, just working on getting it locked in the whiff.
Copy. Now, vapor, good news. We are calling both of those bolts, M15 and M16, good. We will proceed. We'll have you release the ret from the left upper strut.
Okay. See, good bolts and work. All right, Marcos, I have 6 set on the whiff extender, good pull and twist test. Got a golf on the pitch and a 5 on the extension. And I've got 12 Tango Tango Fox 12 on the APFR.
We copy, and I may have missed it, but can you confirm that the pitch knob of the APFR can be depressed?
Yes, I will go do that now.
And this view from Ayers' helmet camera as she works to continue the build of the upper triangle.
Marcus, the ret is off of the left upper strut. Got the MLI over the
And vapor, I think I heard you say that you released the ret from the left upper strut.
And this view from McClain's helmet camera, we're getting a really breathtaking view of Earth. The International Space Station just flew over Grants Pass, Oregon. It's flying 261 statute miles overhead.
And I've got PGT settings for you, which should be Bravo 3 clockwise 2, so no change. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll give you more words.
Okay, I am ready for your words.
Are you going to be driving M13 and M14 to torque, and we expect an additional 20 turns.
The M13 and M14 to torque.
And for both Ann and Vapor,
the pitch knob can be depressed.
Copy Ann, pitch knob can be depressed. It's about 1 minute and 40 seconds till Tidra's handover.
Copy. And I've got Bravo 3 clockwise 2 set.
Copy Bravo 3 clockwise 2. Drive M13 and M14 to torque.
Inward.
And then, Ann, for you, looks like you're setting up the APFR, and if that's complete, you can
Confirmed.
assist Vapor as needed. We might have some more words for you.
Copy. How's it going, Vapor?
And we are seeing that upper triangle that NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers has been working to build. She's wrapping up that task as we speak.
Are you still with us?
I am with you. Say again.
M13 was 8 additional turns. The green light, an 8 28.3. And these black lines. Flush.
Vapor, I heard torque 18.3, turns 18, green light, black line flush for M13.
And we are in a brief handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain views here shortly. The team here in Mission Control Houston is being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo today. You see a view of her there on your screen, as well as the ground IV, NASA astronaut Marcos Berrios. Berrios is interfacing with Ayers and McClain during today's spacewalk. We're now 1 hour and 20 minutes into the spacewalk today.
And in Vapor, we're back with you. Vapor for M13, we copied 18.3 on the torque, 18 turns and a green light.
Vapor.
And Vapor, that's a turn short, but we're going to press to M14. So you can drive M14. It should be an additional 20 turns.
Okay, copy that. I've got Bravo 3, probably 2 set for M14.
Copy. And once we pick back up with you, I think I heard you say you're going to be working the IROSA cable?
Negative. Vapor went to grab those. I can assist where you need it, Vapor.
And we copy. Thanks.
Stand by 1 second. Marcos, for M14, I've got 18 additional turns, 1/8, 8.4 for the actual torque and the green light. The black line is flush.
18.4 on torque, 18 turns, green light, black line is flush.
I've rebased this off the whiff extender. Sure. Yeah, I've got the other end of the AET right here. I can take it. I've already read it to it. Okay.
And a Vapor, we are assessing. That's also turn short. And just in the meantime, we're trying to figure out good and bad times when we have comm with you. And so that last call was good comms. And so we don't know if when you rotate your head, the mic might get snagged with anything inside the helmet or the airflow, but we'll tell you when we have good comms just so you can gauge what position that is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. While you guys discuss the bolts, I'm going to pick up the cable.
Copy. And Vapor, those are good bolts for M13 and M14. So next for you is to just tend the EV3 PGT back to the strut bag unless you are moving it to the WIFX.
And the PGT and torque wrench are on an AET to the WIFX already. Sorry about that. Was calling. I think that was you doing the bolt. And while I have you, Marcos, I'm redoing my glove check. It has no changes, and the one spot has had no changes to it. And my half is dry.
Copy, good glove and hat check for you, and we copy that you've already transferred the V3 PGT and torque wrench to the WIF X. So next will be to copy the ROSA cable.
Copy, and Vapor is grabbing those right now.
After the completion of the upper triangle build by Ayers, she's now working to remove some of the cables that will be installed. You see her on the left of your screen there, gathering those cables.
Okay, come this triangle back to the first.
And a bit of a better view there of those cables, specifically from Ayers' helmet cam.
Cables on the mounting bracket, there's an oval cutout that has a adjustable free hook, and that's going to go on the D-ring on the adjustable that's on your cable.
Copy that.
These cables will be routed on the rollout, so will be routed for future installation for the rollout solar array.
Okay, the cables are on the adjustable, that's on the oval hole.
Copy, Vapor, and if you can, you can get...
And we were just getting a view of the solar arrays that the IROSA will eventually be placed over, so we'll stand by and potentially get another good look of that solar array location.
And Vapor, there should be one pre-installed wire tie per bundle that you can attach to the mounting bracket.
Yeah, that's in work.
And there we are getting a bit of context there of the solar arrays that are currently installed on board the International Space Station. The ISS rollout solar arrays are quite a bit smaller, but will actually provide more power for the orbiting laboratory once fully installed.
And
Today's spacewalk is occurring on the P4 truss of the International Space Station.
Yeah, I just moved. I'm going to put my safety tether, or waist tether rather, somewhere else so it doesn't do that again.
Once the modification kit is wrapped up and installed, the Duo will translate to the P3 truss to complete the relocation of the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles antenna, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy for visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Big.
And you do see there in the center of your screen NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She is at the location where the triangle and mounting bracket that has been built will be installed. That's the mass canister of the Beta Gimbal Assembly, or BGA structure.
while I'm working, or while Anne's working the.
And a bit of a better view there of NASA astronaut Anne McClain in the spacesuit with the red stripes working to get into the articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR. That will help her as she works with Ayers to install the triangle on the mast canister of that beta gimbal assembly.
Hand the upper triangle to Anne, and we'll have more words for you with cautions before we proceed.
Yeah, and before you just verify my feet, please. Yeah, let me get into a better spot here where I can see.
And Anne, let us know when you have ingress. We have some more words for enhanced glove check.
Copy, and I'm just having vapor verify my feet. I believe I'm in. Yeah, they both look from touch to see your left heel, but your right heel is in. I'm sorry? Your left heel is touch to see, but your right heel is in. And I'm sorry, one more time on the left heel. Tough to see? Oh, tough to see. I see. Okay.
All right, and good job ingressing the APFR. Just make sure that the ingress 8 is tucked in towards you so it doesn't get in the way with the upper triangle. And once that's complete, let me know and I'll have words.
Yes, definitely. It's tucked right now, but don't hesitate to remind me over and over again. That thing has a way of moving around.
Copy, will do. So, Anne, for you, so right now what we would like you to do on your gloves, we'd like you to take your right glove palm up. We want you to flex your right index finger away, so overextend it, and provide that view to us via the HECA camera.
Okay, let me know. Is that a good view in the HECA?
That is a good view at the HECA.
Okay, and you can see the spot. Now I can see it even when I'm not moving it. When I was in the airlock, it was only when I was moving it. But there's flex down, flex back.
Copy, Anne. If you can maybe bring it closer to the HECA camera. It's a good relative position, just closer.
How's that?
That's a good view.
And teams here on the ground taking another look at Anne McClain's glove following a report of a slice in her right index finger prior to exiting the airlock. The team on the ground.
Copy, Anne. We appreciate that view. We are good with that glove inspection. We do ask that you perform the same type of inspection every time you do your glove check, but you do not need to show us on the HECA. You can just perform it yourself.
Understand. Thanks. I'll let you know if there's any changes.
Copy that.
Okay, vapor.
And the team on the ground reports that the glove is looking good. McClain is in the articulating portable foot restraint and will receive the triangle from Ayers next.
Very slow, so slower than when you were translating with a strut bag on the BGA. Avoid cyclic loading on the mass canister in BGA. Max lateral loads is 40 pounds. And do not impart any forces into the mod kit struts before they're fully installed.
Give me one copy. Three.
All right, next vapor, you can present the left or non-tethered end of the upper triangle to Anne.
So let me know. I can't really see from a blind off here. Yeah, just 1 second. I'm getting my workstation. Okay, out of the way here. Walk up. Okay. Go up about another 12 inches, I think. I have a hand on it. Okay. All right. This isn't small, is it?
And Ayers has handed the upper triangle to McClain following her build of it.
Installing a center pad on the mass canister, arrow up.
McClain will now install it on the mass canister of the beta gimbal assembly, or BGA structure.
Your mini workstation tabs And for soft engagement left to right, which is what you're doing, and once that's complete, you can rotate the upper triangle so it's neutral and you have access to the bolts. And vapor, since the EV3 PGT and torque wrench is already on the AET, we can have you go to the right sob bracket and get a visual alignment of the bearing. And just as an FYI, we've got that RET series from the bag to the mounting bracket that we want to keep eyes on as you go away and to the strut bag.
Okay. Center pad is soft dock. I'm going for my PGT, I believe 2 turns on each.
It'll be alpha 2 clockwise 2 and is exactly 2
And this view of Ann McClain's helmet camera as she positions the upper triangle on the beta gimbal assembly.
All right, for the Fairchild fasteners.
If you're just tuning in with us this morning, we are 1 hour and 35 minutes into the 275th Spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This morning, the spacewalking duo, which consists of NASA astronaut Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers, worked to build the upper triangle portion that you do see on your screen there that is going to be installed on the mass canister of the beta gimbal assembly. The primary tasks for our spacewalkers today is to install this support bracket, which we call a modification kit, in anticipation of future solar array upgrades of the International Space Station rollout solar arrays. The duo will also work to relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, to ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station.
So you have a go to continue.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2, and it's exactly 2 turns on all those bolts.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2, 2 turns. Because for EV2, the right stop bearing looks pretty thin. So it's at and parallel with.
And we copy vapor, and just for your essay, that last comm is in and out.
Marcus, I have Alpha 2 clockwise 2 set, and for 2 turns on each.
Good words. And vapor, we are now waiting for the center pad install before proceeding.
Copy that. I have 2 turns on M6 and M5, and for 2 turns on M8.
Copy, good turns on 5 and 6.
McClain now using the PGT or pistol grip tool to install the upper triangle to the mass canister.
Settings on the WIFX and the APFR.
I have 2 turns on 8 and 5. Especially top back out. I don't think it was all the way in to get those 2 turns again.
And we concur, Ann. Thanks.
Okay, I believe 6 now has 2 turns.
And copy, Ann. We're following.
All right, 7 has 2 turns. I believe now it's torquing Alpha 2 clockwise 2.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2, M5 through 8 to torque. Expect an additional 3 to 8 turns.
Copy, and there's no order, right?
Order does not matter.
Copy. Starting with M6. Okay, M6 got 5 turns, 3.6 torque green light.
And Ann, we're checking. Give us 20 seconds.
Okay.
That's a good M6. You can proceed, Ann.
Copy, good M6. And Marcos, I have 3.7 torque green light and 5 turns on M5.
That is a good M5. Proceed.
Copy, good M5. Going with M8. There's 4.5 turns on M8. Green light, 3.6 torque.
It's a good M8.
Copy. Last golden work. Okay, got exactly 4 turns on M7, 3.8 torque, green light.
And that's a good M7. And we'll have you check that the center pad MOI and the pit pins, 2 of them are still installed.
Copy, in work. All right, I see 2 pit pins in. Good job on the MOI. Vapors nice and tight.
And with those 4 bolts being driven by NASA astronaut Ann McClain on the mass canister, the next steps will be to install the left and right lower and upper struts to continue to attach the triangle to the mass canister.
And if you agree, I think it's...
And that's a good upper triangle install. And, yep, you're going to get out of the APFR, and you will be changing the WIFX and APFR settings. First, WIFX is going to be shortened to an extension of 1.
Copy. It's done. There's no workout at the gym that prepares you for that twist.
We are now 1 hour and 44 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew is about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline. The upper triangle has successfully been installed to the beta gimbal assemble.
we go. I'm free.
And for the both of you, just be aware that you still have that ret going from the bag to the mounting bracket.
The crew will now proceed with the installation of the right lower strut and right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister before doing the same on the left side.
And just for your awareness, we turned your HECA off.
Copy, HECA off.
Looks like you're working the extension of 1. Just verify that the ingress 8 is clear of the upper triangle after that reduction in height.
Ingress 8 is clear. Now it's clear.
Copy, thanks, Ann. And then we're looking for a pitch of Papa Papa and a roll of Charlie for the APFR.
Copy. 6 is at 1. Remind me, is the yaw still 6? Or 12, rather?
The yaw should still be 12, correct.
Okay. All right, so 12 Papa Papa, Charlie 12.
Good words.
There's Charlie 12. And you can see the...
And this view from Nichole Ayers' helmet camera as she works to get the right lower strut out of the bag.
Papa Papa.
There is a right lower strut and a right mid strut which will be attached on the right side of the mass canister to further secure the upper triangle that has previously been installed.
That was blind. All right, Papa Papa is set on the pitch on the APFR, and the button can be depressed.
Copy, those are good settings. And in Vapor, appreciate that. And next for you is going to be a socket swap. You're going to swap to the 5/8 by 2 inch, which is in your trash bag.
Copy that.
And then Vapor, we are going to wait until Ann does that socket swap. She's going to ingress the APFR, and then we're going to verify access to certain locations on the mounting bracket before proceeding with the mid-strut and lower strut handoff.
Copy. And Marcos, if it's okay, I'm going to get in the APFR and then do the socket swap while I have 2 hands.
Sounds like a great plan, Ann. And just another reminder on the ingress 8 and the upper triangle.
Copy that. So for an update on the gloves, I've got a smudge on my right index finger. It looks like the shirt marks at the bag. And I've got several other black smudges on the tips of several fingers.
And Vapor, I think I heard you have several smudges, black smudges, on your gloves that you think came from the strut bag. Is that accurate?
Paper, mostly black and one red.
One black and one red. All right, we'll discuss you on the ground.
Marcus, it's several black smudges, not just one.
Copy. Several black smudges, and if you don't mind, if you can, one hand at a time, just put it over your heka. And that's a good view, Vapor. We see the red one, and we also see kind of two black on your right ring finger. And Vapor, appreciate those views. We are good to press it. We're being told that it's not uncommon to get smudges at the IEA. We'll keep you updated.
After that, thank you. You were just to the right of the two loop, like you might have yachted a little bit. Okay.
And Vapor, just as a reminder for you, we're just waiting on the ingress and socket swap, but if you have the bandwidth, you can help Ann with the ingress.
Copy. Work. There we go. The ret series is clear.
And
did you say you think it yawed? I think it did, yeah.
And Ann, we're seeing that your met rates are high, so we would like you to take a break. We'll let you know for how long.
Okay. Not surprised. And the yaw's the same. Now it's back at 12. Right? Yeah, it's at 12. Okay.
And Vapor, looks like you're already doing it, but while Ann's taking a break, you can redo the APFR settings. So if you need those, I'll let you know.
Copy. I think the APFR set correctly. I think so too.
Disregard.
Now approaching the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Nichole, Ayers, and Ann McClain are working to install the right lower strut and right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister. Ayers has completed the build of the upper triangle, and McClain installed it following her build.
And Ann, we're going to hold you still for approximately 5 minutes. We'll let you know.
Okay, I understand. 5 minutes. Is there anything useful I can do during that time?
I think that's vapor.
Pictures, whatever minimizes your movement.
Copy and
Smile,
understand.
yeah. Laugh.
Back. So take in the views.
And McClain getting the opportunity to enjoy the views for a minute, as well as take some photos. The International Space Station is currently flying 272 statute miles off the southern tip of Africa.
And in Vapor, we have a couple recommendations for you for the APFR ingress for you two to work together. The first one is to lock out your safety tether in case that is creating moments and pulling you over. The second is for Vapor to, at a minimum, get eyes to guide you in and or physically be there to support if you need it.
Okay. Does that mean that we have a green light to go?
I'll give you how much time remaining here in 10 seconds.
Copy.
And just like that, 5 minutes are up.
Got a good view from here.
You have a go to continue. So next up, ingress to APFR.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain now going to work to get back into the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, there in the center of your screen.
2 minutes until a TDRS handover.
Reels locked.
2 minutes until a TDRS handover. And Anne and Vapor, for your awareness.
I think that must have rolled because it's back in the center.
And in Vapor, it's a minute and 20 seconds until a TDRS handover, but we'll also have a KU handover, so we're going to lose all video for approximately 30 minutes.
Copy. Tethers look clear on my legs. Apron. Yep.
And before this handover for the both of you, we'd like Vapor to come over and help out with the APFR ingress. We'll get you on the other side.
Your left foot to the right a little bit. Your right foot is in the middle. Move your right foot to the right a little bit. Are you able to hear me fairly clearly? You come in a little broken. It kind of like takes a minute for your voice to break. Okay. I'll try yelling.
And we are in a handover period between our satellites. The team here in Mission Control Houston today is being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. We are now 2 hours into today's spacewalk, the 275th in support of space station maintenance, repairs, and upgrades.
Right foot in. Right foot in.
Ann and Vapor, we're back with you with
left
comms.
Foot still out, or your right foot in? The left is not in? Copy. The left heel is on top of the hook. There it is. Left heel's in, both are in. Awesome. Very nice. Thank you. All right, I'm going to release this upper triangle right to you.
Actually, before doing that, Ann, we'd like to do access checks.
Okay.
All right, and so
I can access the L6. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, we're looking for you to be able to access the RET, which looks like you were about to do. The on the mounting bracket, you've got a clevis where the lower strut is, access to that, as well as the grounding block, as well as the mid-strut clevis that goes on the upper strut.
Yes, I can touch all four of those. I see the L6, L7, bolts 20 and 24 where those go, and I see the fit-in and the RET.
Copy, that's great. And you can perform the socket swap as well as release the mounting bracket RET.
Okay, it's for the RET. Ready. It's coming back.
And Vapor, once you have that RET safely in the bag, we're going to have you start working the right mid-strut, straps 12 and 13. We're going to have you start working the right mid-strut, 12 and 13.
Are you working the socket swap right now?
And during this handover period between our satellites, we will have communications with the crew. However, we will not have visuals of them. This loss of signal period has about 40 minutes left in it until we have visual of the crew again. At this time, NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is serving as EV1 today, has ingressed the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. They will now work alongside each other to retrieve the right mid-struts from the bag and install them.
Yep, right mid-strut, and you'll receive that from
so it's not foiling.
Vapor. You'll put that on your BRT ret.
Copy.
And that'll be to the handrail stanchion that's closest to the side
Getting
pad.
cleaned up in the socket top.
Copy that, Ann.
All right, Viper, I am ready for the right mid strut. The BRT ret ready. A little further, yeah, and you said a ret furthest or closest to the mid pad, is that right? It seems opposite. Can I release it for you? Okay, if you release it, I'll put it over there closer to you. And here comes the large soak back. Okay.
And while Ann is putting that on her BRT Vapor, you can go ahead and grab
the
the right lower
is on my
strut.
BRT.
BRT Vapor, you can go ahead and grab the right lower strut.
Okay.
And you're going to receive the right lower strut, and you're going to leave the strut bag ret attached.
Okay, strut bag ret attached. Okay, the right lower strut is in the Velcro. Now pivot the, that looks like that red swapped out.
And if you're just joining us today, we are 2 hours and 7 minutes into a spacewalk where NASA astronauts Ann McClain and Nichole Ayers are working to install a modification kit ahead of upcoming deployment of the fourth of the 6 new International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, the duo will relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 antenna, which will ensure better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the space station.
I think I have the saw bolt in my hand.
So far this morning, NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers worked to start the modification activity by building the upper triangle portion of the modification kit, which consists of 2 struts and a mounting bracket. McClain then installed the upper triangle on the mass canister of the beta gimbal assembly, or BGA structure. And the crew is now working to install the right lower strut, and then we'll move on to the right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister before doing the same on the left side.
Once the handoff is complete,
we are in a handover period where we do not have views of the crew. We have about 35 minutes left in this loss of signal, but we do have communications with the crew at this time.
And for you, right now we're just waiting for Vapor to drive the bolt at the saw before continuing with your portion of the strut.
Copy and understand. Back here. I'm ready to, okay. I'm going to try to be real light on it, but let me know if I can help you out at all. Okay.
And
Tilt it towards the bolt for me. Tilt it toward the bolt. Yeah, it's like 3 from the bolt right now. Yeah, thank you. I don't know how much you can down here. Can when I lean back. But here we go. Here we go.
And in Vapor, just as a reminder, I misspoke that we will not have video for 30 minutes. It's actually 50 minutes. And so we won't have any video for the next about 30 minutes.
Okay. Vapor's working the sob right now.
Copy that. I'll have a warning to read before we start doing any bolt operations.
Okay, we're ready for the warning.
Copy. So it's a pinch point warning, Vapor. You want make sure you keep your fingers clear of that interface, strut, and BGA.
Yeah, that's a hard angle. Yeah. You don't mind, can you just hold it up towards the bolt a little bit? The ret is pulling it back? Yeah, the lock for the ret is right next to your left, right next to your Hecka if you want to lock it. There we go. Now it's staying in place. Your end effector on that handrail may also provide you some leverage. It's for the just getting it turned without it popping out. I see.
If you're just joining us today, we are 2 hours and 14 minutes into the 275th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This is the third spacewalk of the year, and also the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Anne McClain, and the very first for Nichole Ayers. This is the first spacewalk of Expedition 73. The primary tasks for the spacewalkers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit, which will prepare for future installation and deployment of the fourth of 6 new solar arrays called Ayers. The crew will also work to relocate a communications antenna called the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, which will provide better redundancy in communication with visiting spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Once Vapor is done finishing with the turns, you'll be driving M20 exactly 2 turns.
Okay, exactly 2 turns on M20 until 6.
So far this morning, the duo has worked to build and install a upper triangle portion of the modification kit and are now working to install the right lower strut and the right mid strut on the right side of the mass canister.
2 additional turns. Four turns, right? Yeah, 4 turns total? Yeah. Marcus, did you copy her question?
It is 4 turns total, so 2 hand start and then 2 with the PGT.
Thank you. Okay, there's your 4 turns total.
Copy 4 turns total. Vapor will have you hold tight and just want to make sure that the pit pin lanyard is free of the clevis before we start driving bolts.
Copy. I will grab the pit pin out. I see the pit pin. It is free of the clevis. And I have M20 in 2 turns. Am I good to put the pit pin in?
Can you repeat, Vapor? And did you say you've already driven M20 2 turns?
No, so the pit pin is free of the clevis, and I've driven M20, not driven, hand started 2 turns.
Copy. You hand started M20 2 turns. Is that correct?
Vapor. That's correct.
All right, copy Vapor with that. PGT settings for you, Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Let me know when you have that.
I'm set. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And you're going to be driving M19 2 torque. Expect an additional 10 to 11 turns, Vapor.
Okay, driving a torque 10 to 11 turns. So Marcos, can I put the pit pin in?
Negative, not yet, but you can take your PGT to Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Okay.
But you can take your PGT to Bravo 1 clockwise.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2. Okay, that was 8 additional turns on the stop bolt. Got the green light. 25.5 on the torque.
I copied 8 additional turns. Standby. Vapor, that's a good PGT. We'll go for the torque wrench.
And those words from the ground IV there on the center of your screen, NASA astronaut Marcos Barrios, relaying up to Nichole Ayers, who is working to install the right lower struts.
Well, last check, I've got a torque.
Ayers is using the PGT or pistol grip tool to secure the strut.
And I'm ready to drive when you guys are.
Copy. Thanks, Ann. We'll wait until we're done with Vapor's bolt and we've done all the checks.
See, I'm in a bye. Marcos, that was 2 breakovers, like a quarter turn.
2 breakovers, quarter turn, we'll discuss. And for the both of you, just for our latest consumables check, limiting consumable is Medox for EV1 with a PET of 622.
If you want copies. Copy. And what total time are we at right now, Marcos?
We're at 221, and then we expect this number to get better, the limiting consumable, as time goes on.
Copy.
And Vapor, we're still talking the torque wrench. In Vapor, we're going to do the additional checks before calling it good. We're expecting 2 more turns. So with that, just let me know and we can go through some checks.
I see the black line is flush. The gap check actually looks good. And can you give it a wiggle? Yep. Again. Yeah, no wiggle test is good too.
Copy black line, no gap, good wiggle test. Just looking for the lower strut MLIs covering the strut pad.
McClain and Ayers now working to ensure that there is a good connection on that lower right strut.
Okay, the lower MLI is covering the strut pad.
Copy about the MLI. We were just told that that is a good M19, and so, and you have a go to drive M20 to torque. Expect an additional 5 to 7 turns. Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set M20.
And Vapor, you can release the rep from the lower strut.
McClain now using the pistol grip tool to secure the lower strut to the mounting bracket.
12.1 torque green lights on M20.
And we copy Ann and we're checking. And Ann, can you confirm that the black line is flush?
Following this, the next step will be to cover the strut with multi-layer insulation, or MLI, and then route cables of the solar array in support of future spacewalks.
Until we get a heck of view.
It is black line is flush.
Copy, that's a good M20, and you can stow your PGT, and then you now have to go to install that pit pin to the grounding block.
Copy and work. Marcos, the ret is released from the lower right strut.
Copy, Vapor. You can go ahead and translate to the right side pad location for the mid strut.
Just the pit pin is installed, and I'll work on the MLI around.
Copy, and just let us know.
If you're just joining us this morning, we are approaching the 2-hour and 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk to install a support bracket called a modification kit in preparation for future installation and deployment of International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are working to install lower struts on a mass canister that they have already built on the upper triangle of the modification kit.
And it's up to 40 pounds.
Okay.
15 inches from the outer.
We do not currently have views of Ayers and McClain, but expect to regain views of them in about 18 minutes from now.
And we're currently just discussing things on the ground to look at the config of the mod kit. In the meantime, you do have a go to execute the IROSA cable routing on the right side.
Copy.
And Vapor once.
And I do have the IROSA's wire tied with 3 wire ties. Go ahead.
Nope, just going to give Vapor more words that once she's on that right kind of mid-strut location, just to hold still.
Here. Marcus, the wires, IROSA wires, released 1 coil turn. So the black mark is now wire tied with 3 twists and set to low profile on the LR handrail at the lower strut.
That's great, Ann. Appreciate it. And Ann and Vapor.
My red is stronger than the force that collapsed his back.
Ann and Vapor, just wanted to give you an update for the day. We have reached min config. The target was 2:30 PET, and we're at 2:27, so we're about 3 minutes ahead of the timeline, and so we're going to proceed. Proceed with the day, and we'll get you more words on what we're doing next.
Good news.
Copy all.
And just to be extra clear, we're going to pause right now to give you further words, but stand by.
Okay, pausing.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain has successfully routed cables on the right IROSA strut. The crew is about 3 minutes ahead of the expected timeline for today.
And in Vapor, we're still discussing what our going ahead plan is.
See. Look this way. I can lock this right out so it's not pulling it. Okay. All right. Go.
And in Vapor, just an update, we have reached the min config. We have decided to clean up and prioritize the C2 V2, and we're going to get additional words to you soon. And in Vapor, the rationale behind that is current limiting consumable is MEDOX for EV1, which is right now at a 630.
Understand. My way back down the mass chemistry.
We are now 2 hours and 31 minutes into the 275th spacewalk outside the International Space Station.
At this time, we'd like the mid-strut back in the strut bag, any free rets back in the cable bag, and the PGT and torque wrench in the cable bag.
Okay, copy. So mid-strut is going back to the bag, and then the wrench going to the cable bag. And I've got the mid-strut when you want it cut off your right hand. Okay.
Good words, Vapor.
And I'm ready for it in. Got it. Okay, and my DRT ret's still on it. Okay. If I can get a red on it. Okay.
And those words from the ground IV up to NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, walking through some procedures to get the mid-strut cables and PGT put back in the cable bag ahead of the next steps in today's spacewalk.
Got a bag ret on the mid-strut. Okay, I'm ready to send it back. I can just let go of it. Okay, I'll let it go. Because the mid-strut is ready to the bag. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to feed this Velcro through the D-rings in a with a glove hand. Make sure that's okay.
Yeah, Vapor in it. The strut does not need to be inside the Velcro. As long as it's inside the bag and secure, we're good with that. To be inside the Velcro, as long as it's inside the bag.
Okay. And Marcus, I assume I'm not staying up here anymore. I'm going to hop off.
Stand down, Vapor, or correction, stand down. And you can go ahead and get out of the APFR.
Copy, I'm pausing. Copy. Yeah, I'm out of the APFR. Nice. Only took 1 calorie to get out. Unlocks my reel, I'm thinking about it. Get my reels unlocked. Oh. You have a free hand. Sorry? If you have a free hand, can you give me the end of that adjustable? Yes, I'm going to make my way down there now. Perfect. Here it comes. Going to the cable bag.
And we are now 2 hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers have completed the lower right strut installation, which is the minimum configuration for the mod kit. Given the high priority of the common communications for visiting vehicles antenna relocation, the team has been directed to stop working on the mod kit, clean up the IROSA work site, and move on to the C2V2 relocation task.
Copy. Copy. And Marcus, I'm sure you're discussing what's going to go out and what's going to stay out and go in. We know we're putting the torque wrench and the PGT back in the strut bag.
Those are going into the cable bag. So the PGT and the torque wrench into the cable bag.
Going into the cable bag. So the PGT and the copy cable bag. I think it'll be more helpful if I come around to the cable bag. What do you think? Sure. Yeah. So all I have to do is close the bag and then get these in the cable bag. Okay. Yeah. Probably be taking this HFR and with extended S. Yeah, I think that actually might be more. I don't know if I need to ever hear about a cable bag just there.
At this time, NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers are working to reconfigure the work site, including adding the mid-struts, cables, and PGTs back in the cable bag as they clean up this work site and prepare for the common communications for visiting vehicle antenna relocation task.
I've got the PGT and my torque wrench in the cable bag. Copy. Move it back to the strut bag.
And in vapor in about 4 minutes.
And the APFR to lower profile for transmission.
In about 4 minutes. In about 4 minutes, we're going to have a egress handover of approximately 18 minutes. During this time, we're just going to ask you to enjoy the view and take pictures. If you both can right now, turn off your HECA, and we'll pick up with C2V2 once we're done.
Okay, do I understand 18 minutes? 18, 1-8, different.
McClain and Ayers are continuing to clean up the ModKit worksite ahead of the C2V2 or Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle Antenna Relocation task. Given the higher priority of the C2V2 relocation task, the team has been directed to stop the work on the modification kit, clean up the IROSA worksite, and move on to the C2V2 relocation task.
Tighten it down. May want an inventory before we close that out. Okay. Marcus, if you want a ret by ret inventory at the front back.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll sit on this end.
And we've got 2 minutes until that handover. That's going to last 18 minutes.
Okay, and just understand that's just KU.
Negative. This will be S-band. We'll lose comms with you for 18 minutes, and so we're just going to have you pause, take pictures, and enjoy the view.
Okay, we have number 14 on the outside of the bag. We have number 10. Number 4. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. F13. Get this guy number 7. Number 11.
Handover in 20 seconds.
And at this time, we do have a approximately 18-minute long time period where we do not have communications or views of the crew due to a handover period between our satellites. So the crew has been directed to enjoy the view and hang tight, and we'll see them on the other side of this handover. If you are just joining us, we are 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers worked to install a support bracket called a modification kit on the International Space Station. As part of this, they installed and built the upper triangle and attached it to the mass canister and installed the right lower struts, and upper struts as well. This is what is considered the minimum configuration for the mod kit. Given the higher priority of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles relocation task, the team was directed to stop working on the mod kit, clean up the IROSA work site in this configuration, and